Hello, fellow citizens of the Soviet Republic. Welcome to my channel. My name is Forzion. And here we are, another stream, a bit late, not as soon as I planned, but we are going to have a longer one today. And we are going to continue the construction of this new beautiful city which will be established soon in this town. And we are working on that mainly, and just few adjustments need to be done because probably my webcam was changed. I have not the zoom I want to have. So I need to zoom in as soon as I found where is the cursor on the other screen, of course. So let's have this way, and we are going to work today on establishing this town to build the foundations of that, and then we are going to plan something new probably alongside that. We have a lot of stuff to do, time is against us, but we are not in a hurry. Oh, we have some roads already there. And we need to start supplying this too. But for now we cannot do that because we don't have the storages here. I don't play hard mode challenge and I don't play cosmonaut mode, so I can use auto imports temporarily, but we will switch that later. And of course I don't have a truck which will be required there. We need few of these to be, and one of them needs to go there. And we need to change its color to, okay, that's going there. And we did not set up our supply route for now because we need to bring some resources into that as soon as we will have that road connection. And later, as the game will undergo some development, new stuff will be introduced, and I guess we will need to rebuild some of our facilities, some of our infrastructure needs to be reworked a bit. That can move there too. And we can use one of these just to have them in spare. And of course I wanted to make some covered hull trucks to transport food. We are going like that. Here too. I may use them later somewhere. And this can be certainly useful too sometime. And now we may start the restart our exports, because we have plenty of vehicles in that vehicle production line, which is making our equipment and provides us with vehicles for distribution services and also public transportation. Because we don't buy any others. We have our new aluminium processing facility up and running, but currently we are going only to export aluminium because we don't have the airport with airplane production facility. That is something that is planned for later. So where we are now, what's next? Sure, we need those roads, but we will need some houses too. And somehow I need to figure out how we start the distribution of food and all other stuff into that. But without the storage it will be quite complicated, and we don't have any workers there living, so that supermarket is okay for now. So here I may have some, and of course I have one. So we're going to use that. And cherries. And who is... Okay, so we are going to use this then. Go there. And go there. And then go there. To unload. You load only food. And you may start, and we will adjust that later. And here the work will take a while to build these tunnels. We can fasten that if we place some signals there. This one and can be somehow. Now we may place a signal here and one signal here. Then we may remove these signals here for now, temporarily. And we may place some signals here temporarily. And that will cause that two of them can build at once, at some times, not always. Yeah, and that may be a bit problem. We will have some issues. Here I see it already because that went to the wrong track. Or it may go to that track and that may be an issue. But at least they are building a bit faster. And we need to concentrate on this area here now. For that we need some construction offices. We cannot have them in hotbar. That would be nice if we can. We just need to have our windows on screen then. So we're going with local one here. Ahoj. Že aspoň ty ide spať čas, lebo mne sa to nepodarí tento týždeň asi už ani raz. And then we need road construction, and we will also need priority construction office, and we will rename that other one to priority, I guess. Okay, so we need to focus on this. There is nothing else we need to take care of currently. And then there is the question, what this town will be for? And the reason of this town is we need workforce for our vehicle production facility here. And as I see the developments in the game, as I see what will be added, I saw some videos of others how they build their towns, so sometimes I feel so inferior in my design that I see some options to rebuild our towns in the future, and that will be another challenge to manage that, to rebuild something which is already there. And it is not easy always, or I would say it is never easy. Nobody tried to do that, I would say. Yeah, of course we may use some workforce here. They are just... let's use that. And for gravel we cannot use anything else than this. And that means here's the gravel, with this. And as soon as we get the storages up and running, then we can supply materials right next to the town, even if we will not be able to do that by train. And from there we may go with simply asphalt roads. Yeah, there is some stuff we can make. But we need those materials and we need those workers close by. And because of that we need to concentrate our efforts also on this road here. Yeah, let's work on those. These have plenty of jobs already. Well, maybe from now I can try to build my towns a bit more organic, more realistic. I don't know how we will manage that for sure, because there is a lot to adjust. But this may be the beginning. Yeah, we don't have... yeah, we cannot build double lanes. For now, that will be something for future. But we may have a huge town in this area, especially as there are no... some uranium, interestingly. Hadn't thought about that, but otherwise there are not too many strategic resources close by. And can we manage that uranium? Do we need that? Because here we have one, just one mine which is struggling a bit. Dobronoc. Good night. So that's the question. I built this in a way that... how much does that consume per day? 2 tons of uranium oxide. Hmm. Yeah, now I remember what I wanted to. But we need another chemical plant facility nearby this. So show me the wireframe. We are quite far from that. So here we can have chemicals processing facility. So here probably. And we have oil just nearby, that's great. Even I don't think we can bring some. Or maybe we can. Because we have one exit here too. Let's see. Yes, we have. That changes things a bit. So we need to look into Pamjack. Really, it was called that way? So we need several chemical plants first. That's not a good. Angle, that may be. How can we connect this? Efficiency. And one more. And now the most difficult part. How can we connect all of these effectively? Come on. Well, that seems to be working. A small aggregate storage nearby. And of course we need a mirrored one again. Most of the time we need a mirrored one. That's the problem with this. I want to use the other one, but we just need the mirrored one most of the time. And now we need to figure out where can we place that oil pump. Which would be fine to have mirrored too. But we don't have that luxury. So we may connect that directly, that's not an issue. But then we need to get through these somehow. And that will be an issue. We found a way. Now the other one. And it needs to go that way, and then we need to do this. And somehow found a way under that. And of course that's not going to work as I would like to. But we are closing the distance here. Not going to work out that way, but I see he can go under. I know it. He can go under that somehow. And then we need to go up slightly at that point, and then we need to remove a piece of this. And just to sharper turn, of course, we can do that. Removing the piece of here. The piece there already. Of course, it would be nice to have it a bit smoother in this part. If we can somehow manage to do that. Okay, that's our oil connected. Of course, it's not connected yet. We are working on that. And of course it doesn't allow me to do that so easily. But we can level now this. Change that. And the next thing we need to do is to also to that, but then the question is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, here we can have that bus stop. We need to go from there to such an angle probably. We need to remove that piece. That piece was removed already. We need to get that there somehow. But maybe to get alongside the road, but we need to adjust the angle just slightly to go according to the wireframe. A bit more than less than to get that somehow. And let's try the small here. And here we may change this part just a bit. Enter that way and then put that way. Change this and do this that way. I guess we are quite bumpy in this. When we do it this way, it doesn't work so easily. So we need to try the new more. I mean, it's the use of it for these purposes. We have almost everything now. We just need a substation which will cover all these. And it may be somewhere there. And we don't have these connected yet. direction. Turn around that direction. And then to turn around into that direction. Oh. In a way, for sure. That's there, and then we need to connect this here. And we are doing the same strategy. And we will need also wolves. Construction there yet. So we need to work on these roads first. Needed there. Okay, so we have some work to be done here. So then the question is, where can we place that wood cutting post effectively? She's another structure. It would be nice to have near, but we don't. So no. Let's say no. Let's say we go here then. If we somehow can. We have all the stuff qualified. I just don't know if we can feed that open storage there. A small one. Okay, now let's try to feed that wood cutting post. Of course that will not work. Not from that direction. But I will find a way how to do that effectively. It's a lot of gas. We threw out the window. Okay, let's try again. Because that seems that it is just exactly the wrong mirror. Am I right? Yes. So how can we do this with the wrong mirror? It would be nice to be able to mirror that, but we cannot. So we need to struggle just a bit. And that will be interesting because those vehicles will drive in such a terrain it's not possible to drive, but they will do that. I need to move slightly back. We will be there. Like there is the point where you want to be. That is not the exact point we want to be because we cannot build that road, and if we move slightly we should be able. Yes, we are now. And now we can rebuild that gas station too. There is plenty of space to do that. Okay, let's do that there, and now we can plant some extra trees nearby until they build. Yes. And again, we need supplies. Supplies for everyone. Hurry up, okay. Next things. Okay, we have food, at least something. We need to work on that. That is not ready. One more thing here, we need that. Not straight enough. And I would be glad if we can go just slightly lower there. But it does not allow us to do that. Because 2 is the minimum height. You need to have to be able to pass over roads. Yeah, we may then create a shortcut. Our current unemployment is about 3,000, so it is a little bit less. But there is a lot to do in that case. So there are more projects we need to finish. Another one will be this huge coal power plant here. But without workers in this area it is quite difficult to achieve. We need to get more workforce into that area there, as we already have plenty of them here. There's a lot of unemployed too, and that means we have that fully supplied. That is quite well supplied. So workers there. So we need to think ahead in steps what will be next. And now I need those storages. That's the main focus, to get those storages. And that is already built, so we may start supplying that. It's a temporary solution. So we go up to 20% for now. That will mean 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. We will have some resources nearby. So I guess we may then use that area and create a huge distribution center next to that power plant. Because we don't have the rails there yet. and it's quite flat. How is the construction of our ship go? Unemployment really low. Oh, that's not too bad. 32 is not bad at all. 300, that's a bit worse. 60, 80, oh, that's bearable. That unemployment here is quite high for the size of that town. And here we have also quite a lot. That is not so bad. We have a lot of unemployed in this town, I guess. Yes. So we will need to find a way how to deal with that. How we can employ these workers in this town, which was our first. With our distance limitations. But I guess we are enough of them there. Only if we build something else or we go more heavily into tourism. We still have some room. And finally we have enough oil. And the most of unemployed are still here. Even with several trains. If we start that chemical production facility, then we may use some of them, but we are too far to bring them anywhere. Okay, some resources going there. These facilities are not operating at all. So definitely we have a room to bring more workers there. So one train is not enough to operate in that area. So we may build another one train set. Let's assume each of those can get 18 tons of raw bauxite, and then can process 75 tons. Or 125. There are. Yeah, we can get much more of that. Okay, we get. Yes, we can. We can get there. That, and then let's go consider how we will bring so let's take some of these dumpers if we have any. Color change being needed, but not that color. I would say we can go and we will need also some mixers. We need some extra dumpers just because we will build a lot of pathways and it is so difficult to do that. Now one road crane needed. And we need one mixer there. Do I have any road crane in my... No road crane left. So the best option is to move a road crane then. One road crane, even that is quite a big one. We don't need that big one, but why not? It will be faster to build. And then we need one mixer. Just in case. And we will establish this one too. We're going like that. That. So this is going to be the priority. We will use that to build priority structures. Oh, I think we can start supplying that too, because that seems to me it is not that one oil tank can do the job on its own. Now we are close to finish this, and now we have workers nearby. Not too many, but some. Let's go for 10. Oh, let's go for 4. And then next. Oh no, that's not. Don't want that. That's not priority target. This is priority. Now we need certainly several. How many vehicles are left? In that, none. So we may change that train not to load vehicles for now. Because we cannot do this without micromanaging stuff, and we will need a bus for the priority construction. So what's my blueprint in these cases? One of those. Okay, we need one of those. That means the there is the tetra. Oh, is it? It is open hall. Why it is not here? Interesting. Why it is not here? I did not borrow that blueprint yet. That's unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. Which one? 80-30, and then we need one open hall, at least one. And then we need one bus. And we are going to build more of those buses. Those are great, fast buses. And I use them a lot. Okay, that's full. Where do you want to go? Okay, you may wait a while until we get that road connection, and then you will go without issues there. There will be some significant pollution too, of course, because we have that heating plant quite close. But I had no better idea how to do that. Now we need supplies for these. No, so that, because why not? Now all the time to build these. Because we are almost done with most of stuff there. So I am considering what kind of mega city can somebody build on this map. Because for now we are going with smaller towns, small cities, even though 10,000 workers in a town, it's not so small. We have several of them and some of them are quite big. As for example, this one has 8,000. Now we may say we are at less than 30,000 population. So that's not so dense. This has about 10,000. And that's also far from being a mega city. And this has about 9,000, so we're always about 10,000. The biggest one we have is this one, which has 13,000 and a lot of space to grow. Because we did not exhaust this area here, and there is a lot of space to build more residentials, but we just don't build them because we work for those people too. And how are we doing with education? Almost everybody has a degree. And our unemployment went down slightly. So I see some improvements. And you guys can be a bit happy because we don't have a pub for ya. We don't have sports for ya. You need to wait. Just do your job and you will get that. Just do your job. We are working on this. Right on it. I'm so confident with my fire station coverage that I don't even check these fires. At least something is working. So let's have a look at the map. A great area here, but what resources are there? Of course there is oil. Well, that's a huge area. And this may be the place where we will build a mega city, just for fun. Guys, why you decided to block my facilities, huh? Where do you want to go? So, want to go to trolley bus stop, but how you even decided to go there if there are already works going on the road? Now we need to get further with that. Is that right? We have that divided anyway, but so we don't need to worry about that anymore. Because there's a waypoint in the way. So this is a town. That's there, sit there. And it is more or less covered, yes. It's November, but we are late. Even though we don't have snow plows for that town ready yet. So what color do you get? I guess we stay with red one. And now finally we can build that and complete roads here. Okay, I messed it up already. Okay, I did not thought about, but most of them will come from that direction, so does not matter too much. They just need to make it turn here. And here we can continue this. What? Why? We need to work on that too, because we need that warehouse. Okay, that seems it is full, and because of that it is unable to finish. Because there are 3 train sets and there is no space for another one. So I may wait for hours, for days, for weeks, for months, and nothing will happen because of that. So we need to export some of those train sets. Okay, that means only 3 of those can be stored at once in that railway production plant or railway production line. This. Yes, I did not, and it is because I don't want to divide this road into 2. First I need to build that road and then I will build the road to the pub. That way I save 1 construction. Where is it going? Ah, no, you cannot go there anymore. You're lost. Because if I had that road there, then this would be not 1, but it would be 2. It is much faster to build it as 1 and then to connect the pub. And later, because the pub will not be built anytime soon. And I do that often when I build, because here you can see also these are not were not connected because I don't want to divide those roads into tiny pieces. Here I did the same, I built the main road and after that I connected these 2 buildings. That way you can save a lot of time, because especially if you are building with lampposts, the construction has another phase. And if you look at this road here, it has 3 phases now, but if it would be divided into 2, it would have 6 phases. So it would take much longer to build that. And because of that 3rd phase, which cannot be built without workers, all these small pieces of roads which connect how residential buildings are so slow to be built. Yeah, you may use that. It really makes things significantly faster if you build a lot of small pieces. You just build a main road. For example, here we have the same. You see, I made this road, but I did not connect the chemical plant yet, because I want to make that road in one piece, and as it will be done, then I connect the chemical plant. Here I connected them because there are several roads connected into one crossing. And here, of course, if I would not have that road, this tiny piece would not be there. But this is it's not a residential area, so it is not so important. It is much faster always to build a big chunky piece of road and then connect the small pieces to it from sides, because then all the resources can be brought in all at once. You need one paver to do the job. You don't need to wait for it to be delivered to the other construction site. They do it in one go, and then you connect the side roads. Yeah, that is a way, but I don't build anything by rubles. The only thing I use rubles for is when I want to correct something which looks really ugly, or something such characteristics which cannot be done. But if it is possible to do with construction office, I do that. And of course you just cannot forget about, because it is not possible to build that pub. If you build by rubles, it is easy to build the pub and don't connect it, but if I build it always with construction office, it's no way to build it without connection. For example, you here see that truck here stuck because it went to build that factory connection, which will connect to the meat storage with with my shopping center, and now it cannot leave because the roads are not ready. So I cannot build a shopping center until I have those roads. And how is the construction going here? Because we have some side structures and we will need to supply that too. Really, I think we will need a distribution center in the middle. It will need to be something big. Hmm. And there's the winter. Hmm. Everything will slow down now. You mean, do you mean this one here? That is going to be our new large coal power plant. It's a modded version of coal power plant because currently we are supplying our republic from one nuclear one and two vanilla coal power plants, and we have 60,000 workers, or workers population is at 60,000, and my calculation is those are enough only for 100,000, and I want to build a backup here to provide two sources of power for these areas, because now everything is supplied with that one nuclear power plant, but if something happens and it goes down, everything stops working because we don't have any backup. And because of that I want to build another one, and later as we finish this and our republic will grow, we will build a double reactor also. Then we will have capacity with that large, if we compare that to what we now have. Just see, this can what? So this can make 5,600 megawatts, which is 93 megawatts. So it is worth about 3 times and some 4 times. 4 times the normal. Yes, I am building those, because why not? They are more reliable. You don't need engineers there. You see, there you need engineers and workers, but there you need just pure coal and pure workers, whatever kind of workers you need. It's a backup. Most of our power will come always from nuclear power plants. This is just a backup. You know, when nuclear power goes down, we have coal backup. So it's a safety measure. And I want to see that mod, how it works, just for curiosity. And of course, when we will get to the point that wind turbines and solar energy and hydroelectric power plants will be introduced, I will diversify even more, because I like to have diverse power sources. I know that coal power plants cause more pollution than others, but as backup they are great because you don't need to process the fuel for it. You just can turn them on when they are needed and turn them off when you don't need them. You cannot do that with nuclear power. You cannot not do that with wind power turbines, and you cannot do that with solar. So that's the great thing about coal power plants, that you just turn them on. I don't know what kind of mechanics do you mean, but I don't know exactly what the do is thinking in this case, because hydroelectric needs water flow to work. Currently we have a modded hydroelectric power plant, and if you would read the development blog or reports for community, there was no specification for that. I don't know, maybe it will, but there is no elevation change now. So we need to wait until it will be clarified more exactly. We now know that wind power and solar power will be there. Just imagine if you have day-night on, you don't have solar power during night. So you need some other kind of source. And then we come to the point that then there is wind, and the wind not always blows as you would like to. So the problem with these power sources is they are not stable, as nuclear is and coal is. And hydroelectric is stable too if we don't have the water going up and lower, so that is we will have always stable water flow. If that will be ever introduced, that will be less, there will be less fluctuation in the output than with winter and or with wind and solar. So I guess hydroelectric power is great source of power because that can be predicted pretty well and adjusted. But if you want to have a robust power grid, you just cannot go without nuclear and coal. That's the case. Or of course you can have other sources, like it's fuel based, because coal is used to heat the water, and you can heat the water by natural gas, you can heat the water by fuel or anything else. And in nuclear power plants is used to be heated by nuclear fuel. So the principle is the same, it's just what kind of fuel you use. And the problem with nuclear power plants is that you cannot turn them on and off with a switch. You can do that with coal power plant quite easily with low delays. You just start the fire, put the fuel on, and wait until the water starts to boil. No risk. Happens. Yeah, I think the nuclear is the cleanest in this case, and especially if you have stable system, but you cannot run with one nuclear power plant, of course. it is much better. If you would check, I made one tutorial on YouTube about power grid, and I mentioned that it is much better to have backups, like for each branch of a power grid to have 2 power plants. Yeah, but there was several adjustments in birth rate, and now it should be okay, because I suffered some losses too, but now it is stable. If you look at my current population, I have 36,000 productive age, 8,400 ish babies, and about 14 to 50,000 children and some adults living with. And my current average lifespan is 82, but just bear in mind that I try to avoid them living in really polluted areas, and the most polluted town I have is Yuhla, which is close to mines and other stuff, and even that is able to maintain its population at max. Before they were dying out slowly, but now they keep their population as max, so it's even with that pollution, which is quite bad in the area, especially for these houses, we are able to maintain the population and they are not dying. So before the changes for birth rate, it was much more difficult, I would say. And maybe something would be nice to be if the developer does with that, but I would not complain. I can focus on other stuff. Because it may be that my strategy is working in this environment quite well. Other people may not be so lucky. So this will be the center of this. Yeah, but you need to take into consideration that we are in Soviet Republic. It's not capitalism. And people don't focus on their careers. They just live their lives, and the only responsibility they have is to go to work, to do their job, and everything is provided by the government or by the country, state. So that doesn't work in real life. Here people can be quite happy because they don't need to worry about basic stuff. if they will have electricity, if they will have food, will have clothes, will have electronics. Everything is provided to them by the government, and they only need to go and work 8 hours per day for that. In the rest of the time, yeah. And you know, if the people don't worry, they are not afraid to have children. Because what's the main reason the birth rate drops in real life? People are afraid to have children. They fear they will not able to provide them. They fear they will not able to take care of them. They will not have money for rent. They will not have money for bills, to buy food, to pay the school. And here in this game we have such an utopian system. It works and people can be really happy, and because of that the birth rate can be quite high. And of course another thing is that you have some number generated there set by the developer. Yeah, you tell me. You know, I have a full-time job. Then I have my side projects. Then I help with development of this game, with community management a bit. Then I am trading on the markets. And then I also want to do some stuff in my free time. And that's just too much for 24 hours a day. So you need to make decisions. And of course I have let's say it's a luxury. Let's say it's a kind of advantage, though not having some significant other to care about, which would spend some of my time. From the other side it is a disadvantage, so there is always two sides of the same coin. You need to take into consideration. But really, when I started to play this game, the birth rate and the one significant stuff was when there was a bug with pollution and it was not working. And then the developer fixed that. And all of a sudden I needed to move the whole towns because my people were dying because of pollution. And from that point I care more about how I place my towns, because pollution is a threat and it causes massive deaths over time. Then the birth rate change came recently, a few months ago, and it changed everything also. If you would look back, I guess there was some stream about that. I named that accordingly, and there I was fighting with that. But later it was fixed and now it seems similar to the previous situation. But even I guess it is much more easy now than it was before. So what I wanted to do there Yeah, set up the distribution of fuel. That's a crucial point, because we have one new gas station here ready, and we may start to supply that. And just imagine, I was trading last weeks quite a lot in the market, because I was testing some new strategies, new tactics while trading. What is it? US indexes in the stock market. So there were days I was quite successful, there were few days I was quite unsuccessful, but the amount of time and also focus it requires, I just thinking if that is really worth it to spend my time on, because how much money do I need to make to really justify the time spent watching those charts and reacting to what is happening. Besides my daily job and all other stuff I have. Yeah, it's really quite risky. You know, usually I can get few dozens of euros per day, but then there is a day when I lost my temper a bit and I can go down a few hundred euros in a day. But it's a learning curve. We need to go through that process if we want to learn, and didn't get to the point when I can make reliably few percents per day, and really that's more like a dream, not the reality for most people. But I think I can go through that. It's just about avoiding all the bad trades, or most of them, because I can do that. But sometimes it requires supernatural powers. Yeah or not. You know, what's the money? You see now, for example, here we have in this game these accounts. I have $6 billion, 34 billions of rubles. What's the value of that? You know, in real life, if I have $10,000 on my account, what's the value of that? If I have $1 million in my account, what's the value of that? That money has no value if it is in the account. So somebody may have billion in his account, but that money has no worth because it doesn't do anything for people. It's just there because someone wants to have 10 billions, someone wants to have another billion to his account, and that way it's just a vanity. Not in this game. In real life, you know, $1 is 80, $1 is 80 rubles, but in this game it is not so. We have something like 1.4, 1.3 ish rate between them. And you know, the real money has no worth too. Because if you consider the money has the value if you invest it into something which has impact on lives of people. Not your own life, not your own pride, but which helps to bring how to say that, to bring something valuable into lives. Because here, like, we have 13 billion, but the real value for these virtual people in the Republic is that they have food, they have clothes, they have all the stuff they need, they have public transportation, everything is working. And for me, the money doesn't mean anything in that case then. And I don't have that priority now here. It's really about what the money is used for. If it is only used for generating more money, then it is useless. If that money is not used for something. And we cannot count on that money has some value too. Because it is not backed by anything, it just... And now maybe we turned into era when unexpected things may happen. So what do you do to protect your money? And I think trading is a good way how to use what you have. That's not true. It's partially backed or only. They don't have such amount of gold. Probably the currency which is backed by gold the most is Swiss franc, not US dollar, because they just printing, you know, they want to print another 2 trillions just in this year for COVID relief. So they cannot mine $2 trillion worth of gold in a month. Or it is the trade. If it is used in trade and exchanges, it's the value. For example, you can look at Bitcoin. What's the worth of one Bitcoin? Is it really $40,000? Really? But if people are willing to pay for it, $40,000, it has. Until they are willing to pay. Maybe it has worth only like $100. But really you just cannot trust in that, so you need to look at the situation and consider what the market is doing. I just learned this because I used to be really negative on stocks, and I don't like the evaluations currently, how high indexes are, and I think they will fall. And I trade accordingly to that. But if there is an upside bias, I join that until there is that upside bias. If it ends, I am really ready to change. That way I can make money, and then it is about how I use that money. If I just keep that money in my bank account, then it is useless. In this game, just cannot spend that money, and it would not make reason to build everything by auto build, because it would not be so fun for me. I like the idea to build everything by myself, to managing stuff, to planning stuff, with all my inefficiencies, of course. It's not ideal, not perfect, but I have fun. I can share some knowledge, some experience with others. That's how I play the game. That money is just a number. In the beginning it is significant. Yes, that's my aim, and I want to be self-sufficient in this game in a big way. There are some imports, but really low, and soon you will have the summary for this year, because we are coming in 7 to 8 minutes. We will have the year closed, and then I can show you what I am importing, because I am importing only because we have auto import on in shops, we have auto import on in gas stations, and I am importing some oil just because the train is running from a refinery to the border and back, to not go empty back there. So I will show you, but my aim is to be totally self-sufficient in a point, with some small margin of imports, because it is not possible to manage that. As trains get stuck, vehicles get stuck, and everything else. But I want to prove that this is the default map, that I can use this default map with 200 or maybe 300,000 population and provide food for them with my own crops. Because there are some hypotheses on Steam that say with people who say it is not possible to do that on a vanilla map. But I say it is possible if you manage that, and it's a long time go, long term. Yeah, should or not, it depends. If you play the hard mode challenge or you play cosmonaut mode, you just cannot have that. It's out of the rules. There are rules, no auto import allowed at all. And then you need to provide with your vehicles, and there are delays, and those can be critical. The whole town can die or escape because they don't have food or something else. But it is really about what you want to play. I think I play in a way to test things out, not to go so hard on myself. I want to have some margin for error. I want to have some space for bugs until the game gets fixed. Yeah, but you know, you can see easily that I am able to transport enough fuel to all my gas stations over time. The main problem is that initial stage when you build a gas station and you don't have fuel there, and the vehicles go there, even then there is no fuel and they can block the gas station because of that. And of course we need to take into consideration that this game is still in development and there need to be some margin left for error, in-game error or personal error. Maybe later in another playthrough I will play differently, more strict rules, but now I have quite strict rules already. And I use those numbers when I need to import something through auto to realize what the issue is, to learn something from it, and in future I can use that knowledge, that experience. But without that I would just risk too much. I don't want to do that. It's not worth it. The main objective always is to have fun. And the secondary objective is for me to understand how the game works, to be able to provide some insights, some tips or something else. No, I don't need you. And you are going there now. Yes, that is still. And we are working on that. And probably I would need to start another series besides that, because this is a long-term plan. But I think we can manage that, because the year here is just a number too. And now we will get there. Then I am planning to get a city on the other side, if I figure out what I can use that for. Then there is plan for a steel mill somewhere there. And I just consider to build an airport somewhere, but where it was I don't know reliably now. Probably there was the place I wanted to build an airport. Today I was thinking about building mega city here. Yeah, but I have plenty of coal already. I'm going to use the coal which is located here next. You see in this area. Because then there is iron here, and I want to build another steel mill in this area, which will be provided a different way. Because now we have plenty of coal. We have a town mining coal here. Here is one. Then we have one mining coal here. Is there any other? No, but we will have another one here. Yeah, we have another one here mining coal. So we have 3 places currently mining coal. And we will have a fourth one here. And here will be our harbor area too, which I am focusing on then later. So we have still a lot to do. Okay, so here we have our so this is to be set the last year. Anything else there? No. So last year this. So now I can show you what the exports are. My main exports towards the eastern bloc were nuclear fuel. It's far above everything else, the mechanical components, all right behind that, steel and bitumen, and then clothes. To the western countries we have aluminium, the most valuable, which is right before bitumen. Oh, that's quite a margin. The nuclear fuel and normal fuel. Well, I can, it's no problem. It's not so expensive, you know. That's what is it? Less than 2 million when we make 2 billion so with nuclear fuel exporting. So what's the reason not to do so? So, and now you can see the imports. It was for the whole year, it was 105 tons of meat, 245 tons of food, and 23 tons of fuel. So we need to 105 to 45, we need to, and here we were importing only oil just for fun. And then we need to have a look on this, how much we made in tourism, which are not our focus, which is not our focus at all. Yeah, because I am in 2038 already, and probably soon we will get the notification to divide the number by 1000. And next thing we need to check, overall production is important number, not that one, that one. And we need to see the other page. So here is one important info. I have 709 tons of alcohol produced. Another important information is I produced almost 1900 tons of meat and almost 9000 tons of food, and our consumption was just slightly over 9000 and about 100 more for meat. So we need to raise the meat production for definitely, and the food is just, all our imports of food are caused by distribution inefficiencies. And if we finish all the expansions, I will focus on optimizing all the food distribution, because it was much worse in the past, but then I made some optimizations. this already. And we really don't need that many of them. 5 of them is quite enough. And we need to get some vehicles pulled up there. So we need some. Do we have any sultry capacity? No. I already have those. Let's build that. We have that, so we need to start supply that. So which ones are used to do that? Get distribution office from here. It's taking clothes. Okay, we can use that then. To start supplying. The construction warehouse. So we need to unload the mechanical, electronic, and this. Electronics are going to be distributable. So you don't have enough power there, probably, if you are blinking. That's the case why I'm doing the other power plant. I like to have 2 of them. Okay, okay, we need to bring these. Mine, I would say, I will have a look at that later, but first, well, let's bring. And it may be caused by having only 1 power plant and not enough workers in that power plant for now. That may be the case, and we cannot do anything about that, of course, that's the problem. So we are going to load and unload. We need to bring electronics there and alcohol, and it's 80%. Okay, we can transport that. And here we need to transport. How much percent do we have there? 30. Oh, we don't need that. Reconstruction is not needed. 80. So we may go for 80. So that should be all the stuff we need in the town. Sometimes I just need to have a look. Because I was dealing with that problem in the past, I just need to adjust new facilities to similar stuff. Similarly. We have fuel there, and we will limit the amount. Boards only. Yeah, we will stay with boards only. Not boards, wood only, exclusively, just wood. 100%. We don't have any of that collected because we don't. That. And that. And what else? We still need one. And I don't see that one. That. Yeah, it is already there because of that. Okay. You go there, you go there, and you go there. Okay, that's fine. And we have that there. And now we will need something to transport those three. And we have some workers on site now. Everything will be faster now. No, I don't like that. So priority is here still, nobody working on that. We may use this one too. This here. And this here. I know what to search for you. And again. Okay, that needs to go there. And that may bring some of those trains to the border. We're slowly getting closer. Now we need to identify that train. And we need to copy that schedule. That one and send that one to you. We need to raise the frequency of transportation towards those nuclear fabrication facilities. And now we have all this stuff here. And slowly we are establishing this town, really slowly. We're not very stable yet, but I forgot about this. So no crops needed there. No plastic needed there. No fabric needed there. No chemicals needed there. And now we get to the stage we need to adjust. Similarly, then we have this one. Okay, that's 50-50 now. So, how can we do the rest? That will be a tricky part. Now I know how. The food is going to be the last. But how can we? No, those just need to be basics. How did I manage to set up those? Let's say that way. Yeah, maybe later. I don't think it is so much an issue. Okay. 50. Oh, that means. Really, are you gone on that way? Okay, it means we need to close first. And now the rest for food. Feed, so that doesn't. I need more clothes and food and electronics. Quite close to the same number. You can stay with that. No, there are things which you can deal with and there are things which you cannot. Because currently I cannot do anything about this. You see, we can drop with workforce in this nuclear power plant and we have no backup. So sometimes the power may blink in few facilities because of that. And we will establish that and make it more resilient over time as we build that coal power plant there. And then we will have no blinking at all. Yeah, but sometimes there are issues. Can be caused by different stuff. Many different things can affect that. And I don't really don't care about mine, if that has power or not, all the time, because we have plenty of mines. It's much different if we would have blinking in the town. Hello, Forze. Hard to tell. But there may be some progress. It depends if he decides to give that task to the graphic designer to deal with that. Because it will not work without graphic designer making new model. Yes, heating plant or something else in the town. But mines really don't. I don't know if he gave the task to the graphic designer to prepare the model for the 14 megawatt wire. Because no new model needs to be done. And it takes several hours of work for them. Because one person insists on getting that into the game, so is it right? Yeah. So, what do you want to make? Because I also started a lot of things in my life. But it's not about what you start, but what you finish. So you need to keep the work until it is done. So now we have to... So at least, or it is great that you have a vision to that point. Turkish wire pack. So what is the special that's about that Turkish wire pack? I just thought that all the wires are similar to each other. Like, there can be some variations, but more or less they are the same. And then it comes down to what kind of material do you use. To make those. So those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. let's say 6 models. Yeah, that would be huge when that will be added, but I don't know what update will we get to that. As you can read in community reports, there is a lot of stuff coming in the next update. Quite few important stuff. Affecting how we play the game and how we will continue. For example, those and why not 2.5? Because I see how people will try to min-max everything later. 2.5 is the circuit breaker for the substation, so they will try to build wires which have 2.5. And I just wonder why there are no models for substations which has lower circuit breaker, for example 1. Why nobody thought about that and put it into some models? Don't think so. We don't have circuit breakers on voltage here in Slovakia. And I can reliably activate the circuit breaker in my flat. Just turning on the what's the English term for the kettle and the oven at once, and all of a sudden my circuit breakers turns off because it is based on wattage flowing through the wire. And those two together, the oven and the kettle, have more than the circuit breaker can tolerate. That means it goes off immediately because that's few kilowatts of power. It's no problem if one goes separately and other. For example, a kettle has 2 kilowatts, I guess, And the oven can have over 2 kilowatts too. Yeah, we are getting there. You know, you really want that, but for Peter it is no fun at all. That somebody wants something and he is risking breaking the game with each update. Because you remember last time when he put that model into the game, it broke the game a bit. So we don't want to do things in a hurry. Yeah, it is what you see. But it was what he told me, it was much more difficult because something was wrong there. And because of that, a new model has to be done. And that means somebody needs to work several hours just because that model to be done. And he may be able to use that time for something else. So I would say if that will be done, it was an investment without any gain, just to satisfy somebody, some individual. I would say that that's not stuff which is going to be in report so easily, because it's not game changing. There are so many fixes. But you may not understand that most people don't care if they have 40 megawatt or 50 megawatt. For them, most of them, that is no difference. It's just about visuals. You need to have a different perspective in this case. But the 50 megawatt works even better than 40 megawatt. And if we would consider how many people would buy this game because of, let's say, how many people would buy this game because of having a certain model of crane, like a loco. Which one can we think about? Let's consider which loco. So, most famous electric locomotive. Okay, so let's go for it this way. No. Dryer. So. Okay, let's say this way. How many people would buy this game because there is an SLMRE6 divided 6 loco? Or how many people would buy this game because there is a which one can be next? Some well known. For example, AEG, BBC, Gross, Maffei, Krupp, Siemens, AG, DB Class 103 for Deutsche Bahn. You know, there are train fans and they are very special and they are very appreciated. But really, just you cannot build your business on making stuff which is important for tiny minority. You need to build a game based on what is important for most of people. And that was the modability which allowed us to get things which are important for minority, so that minority can have a model who creates the and that model, and then all say people who think similar way can use that for free, and they can support him if they want to send him some money for his work. Yeah, and it was, you know, in real life there are things which were in the past working and they were replaced with something better. And I don't say that we will not get, they should be replaced with something better, of course. Some stuff in real world is better not to be used anymore because there is something better which can be used. I don't say this kind of stuff that this but always the but, and I say but Peter has the last word. And I was writing to him about that, and I may have good hope that he will do that. But you know, you are not the one who has the control, it's Peter. And as I mentioned, if you annoy him enough, he will just not do the stuff because of that. Because he has also his individual personality, and nobody wants to be manipulated and forced to do things which he does not like if he has a power. Haha, but now I want to see this. Yes, I want to see this. This is excellent. Let's see that truck. This was... Now let's see this. Let's see this. This will be a really good picture. Oh. Really? That's the one. Oh, really? Is this possible to drive that way? You mean that off-road driving is dead? Even if I would be able to get closer to that somehow. Showcase that? Yeah, that would be great. Really? Oh, we need to document this. Yeah, that was the greatest woodcutting post built ever to showcase what Romanian feltree capacity trucks are capable of. They can drive like 150% ascending hill without issues. No problem whatsoever. Yeah, I need to share this. Where are we? Screenshots. Yeah, that's the greatest off-road driving ever. And can we get this road today or what? Yeah, we need to transport food there too. So you are transporting that. Okay, we need to bring food there too. And now we can concentrate on it. That's a great. And we have several of those already in place. Yeah, but first, don't take that in a way that wrongly. That I'm speaking and argumenting, that doesn't mean you will not get 40 megawatt power line into the game. It just means it's not so easy to get that. We just need who's bringing the mechanical components? Oh, they're bringing those too. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, but there are not blocking the facility. That's the case. If their both slots would be blocked, I would reset them, but I have enough vehicles in this facility here, so I don't need to do that. You see, there are few concrete mixers, there are few dumpers not used, so we can wait. But of course, if there would be two of them blocking that facility for loading, then I would definitely reset that. Because now I have 3 of them blocked. But that construction office has several of them, and this way I can see what can be the issue with this? Nice to eat something. And then another aspect of those stock vehicles is when every time I look at them, I am thinking about what can I do in future to avoid this. So now I have few minutes of time to think about that. Yeah, and then when you look at all these inefficiencies we have, yeah, thank you and good night. Yeah, great. So where is that truck? Oh, we are going to do it in a different way. No, we don't have that. Yeah, and if you consider how great this will be when we will have pipelines snapping to each other. And we will have the foundation of this town pretty soon. And then we may end this stream and switch to another. Because I am enjoying something else these days. Because early game in Ark Survival Evolved is always fun. We don't have anything. But we need to build these at least. Because that will mean we have the complete establishment of this town. And then we will be ready to expand with all the stuff. did that rebalance our chemicals? Of course, that will be a question. Yeah, that affects our chemicals quite significantly now. So we really need that facility there. I just need to get workers there. We have two priority officers working on this. Oh, finally we have that. Oh, unfortunately the escape. Close that window. Need to keep open. So do we have at least some workers here? Okay, so here we are. We are just waiting for these structures to be finished, and then I will take a break. And I may come back with Ark Survival, modded Hunted, with some grind there for maybe an hour, maybe 2, maybe 3. And then I will go for sleep, but first I want to finish this, because that will be the establishment, the foundation of this town, and all the distribution needed for it. That is what we need to complete today in this stream, and tomorrow we may have another one, and then we will focus on that chemical plant, and probably we can start planning that power plant. And then we will also continue the construction in this area. The construction of railroad to pass below under this hill here. We may continue with our highway too, even without snapping of roads. We can do that. And then we will continue in thinking what next, what can be done, what can have great impact in future developments of our town, or not town, the whole republic, how it goes, how it evolves. Because it may seem quite insignificant, but this town, from the perspective of its position, will have great impact for future of our people. Because that university, that shopping center, that museum, and also that theater, that hospital, everything here will have great impact, as many towns in the area will bring their citizens, or the citizens of those towns will come to this town, to this city, for entertainment, for satisfaction, and they will be happy as usual. And what we are waiting for here? Just work days. So that means that is going to be finished soon, and these are also only work days, but we don't have enough workers. That's the only concern we have. Because all of them can find their jobs elsewhere. So now we may start focusing on Okay, we may plan some of these now. So let's go back. If we would be able to fit what is it, kindergarten, a small playground somehow here, that would be awesome. Well, let's try that. That is not what I like. That's too big. That too. You only have to make this easier too. Can I fit another one? Three. Oh, we don't need that. And all of them are there, great, and we need just few vehicles to be made for those. And of course I don't have them in stock. But we can set them to be made. Can carry 5.5. Fine, I can carry 6. Let's stay with those. And what else do I need? So it says, how will we call this? E8. Because we accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. '86. So that is going to be end for this 86 stream from this republic called Hurmania. And I take a short break to have a late dinner, and after that I will come back with some Ark Survival Evolved, modded, the Hunted grind. Maybe we can accomplish there something, maybe not. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope there was something you enjoyed in this stream, and see you again today, because it's 2 AM here in Bratislava, and I will come back afternoon with another stream of Soviet Republic, and in between I want to have rest and maybe play something else and do other stuff, not just gaming, not just streaming. So thank you for watching, see you again in another stream, bye.